Morning. Yeah, I'm just getting all my stuff set up here. Hey, good morning, Jamel. God bless you too, brother. And good morning, stockologists. Thoughts on SPY? Well, it looked like SPY's breaking out, right? So, and what I mean by breaking out, we've seen that constant downtrend uh, for a while. Look like it's breaking it. So, what is it going to do today? I don't know. Obviously, overnight, the SPY is pulling up. What I'd like to see is it to come back and retest the yesterday's highs right around the 594.35. If it could do that, I'd be interested in buying a call at that point. Well, yeah, keeping in mind that the market is closed on Monday. It's a national holiday. There's always a tendency when we have a Monday holiday that the market on Friday uh, does well, as well as that usually at some point on Fridays it has a big downturn, right? Just pulls all the way down before it comes all the way back up. Hey, I appreciate the morning shout out there, Jamel. Yep, you're right. You're right. You prayed for it, and the stock is going up. SPY is going up. Freedom Friday. There you go. No, so I don't buy out of the money calls only because when I buy calls, right, is it's for a short move. I'm always looking just for a 50-cent move. And so if it got back to the 594.35, uh, right then I'd be looking at whatever calls, whatever are or has a delta of right around 70. Then I would buy it. Right, probably the 593s is what I would buy. And if I buy the 593s, that gives me what I have found a quicker chance to get that 50 cents versus if I bought the 600s and wait for the market to move closer to that for it to uh, rise in value. So I'm cool with buying the 593s, some the delta right around 70, somewhere around there. Let it appreciate that way. Just looking for a 50-cent move, and if I can get that, then I'm out. Right. So I put in. I'll have my sell orders as I enter a trade. And normally I don't change that, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll move it up, just like today. Today might be one of those gap and goes because the market definitely going to gap. So it might be one of those gap and goes. Now, the way I play gap and goes is I look for that first pullback, and that first pullback, that's usually when I'll buy a call and just let it ride if I'm correct, right? That's just my training style. There's a lot of strategies out there when you're dealing with stocks or options. That is, um, so many different ones. You just got to find the one that you like the best, gives you the best probability, the greatest risk to reward, and that's what you go with. And that's what I find. Right, I find buying the Delta 70s already. It's usually one or two in the money. Strike prices in the money, and I find it quickly goes in value, right? Rises in value a lot quicker than if I bought out of the money and I'm looking for the market to come up to it. So, and just getting ready here to the market opens. Obviously, once the market opens, I switch my charting. This is just the charting that I use to kind of analyze the market. Right, I watch the. I always look at the weekly. I always have the weekly pinned on my charts. Let's see. Yep, there's the weekly high, and then you got the weekly lows. I look at. I think the market's always trying to get somewhere, right? And it's always trying to make a higher high on the week. If it makes a higher high on the week, that's a positive thing. And if it makes a lower low on the week, no, that's a lower thing. That's another puzzle piece that tells me, okay, not a good thing. Because we know in with options you can go either way. You can buy calls or puts. but I have a tendency to always want to buy calls. All right. My bias is always to the upside, which kind of hurts me sometimes. I appreciate that, Jamel. You are you singing this morning? But I went a long time yesterday. It's turned pretty cold here in North Texas, North Fort Worth, that is. And so, um, yeah, I don't care to go outside or do any any chores, any work. Just trying to stay warm and get through these next couple of weeks. They're talking about maybe some more snow here this weekend or into Monday. So I'm just trying to stay warm. Got my firewood ready, so in case the power goes out, throw my firewood in and light it up and heat up my house. Yeah, I'm in the market. I'm looking for a good generator. Looking for a good generator to utilize in case the power goes out. At least just to run a heater, run some lights. Yep, your DoorDash worked good. I'm just, yeah. The rest of the day. I hear you. Oh, you did DoorDash early. Hit that morning rush. You get that morning McDonald's rush and donuts and all that. I hear you there. Well, rest the the rest of the day there, Jamel. It's Friday. I appreciate it. Appreciate that. Hey, when I set up my live, I didn't put it to where the chat was saved. And so when I went back to look for your wife's channel, um, and the thing was gone. Can you throw your wife's channel in here now? I'm gonna take a picture of it so I'll always have it. All right, as always, market's getting ready to open in about 2 minutes, and I normally don't trade the first 15 minutes. Let the market kind of settle in on what it wants to do. Okay, I see that. I'm gonna take a picture of that. All right, when I'm done today, I'm gonna look that up. Cool. Appreciate that. The market is moving already. All right, another minute before it opens. There you go. And we'll see what it wants to do. We'll see if it takes off or it pulls back. It's touched the this white line is the last breakdown candle on the daily. So you can see that it did touch that in the overnight. But we'll see what the market wants to do. Yeah, Apple had a really hard time yesterday. uh, we we looked at Apple stock yesterday. Man, that thing was and there's the bell. That thing was hurting yesterday. I'm going to the 1 minute. I'm watching the 1 minute, and you could see that gap, right? There's another gap. I normally do. We know that gaps usually fill at some point. Some point, not in the day, but some point in time. It'll get back down there again. So 600 is that target. Man, that's a big gap too. 600 on the SPY. So as I said, I'm gonna watch the first 15 minutes and see what that does. See if it makes any attempt to try to close this gap. Would like to see it come down to the yesterday's high. That'd be a great place to buy a call. But it probably won't do that. Now you got to figure all these from yesterday, all these shorts. I thought the market was going to continue down. Man, they're trapped again. All right, they are trapped again. Although it looks like the Dow and ES, S&P, they're doing okay. Dow's doing better. NQ is having a rough time. That's probably because of Apple. All right, as I said, I one of my rules is I wait for the first 15 minutes of the market before I make a trade, just to kind of give the market time to kind of settle out. It usually gets real choppy. Although yesterday was choppy, right? Although we got the direction correct, that choppiness kept getting our stop. And in times when that happens to me, what I like to do is, you know, I just take my profits sooner. Hopefully everybody has some good coffee to drink this morning. Oh, I like drinking instant coffee. I I started on instant coffee when I was in the military. I was in the army. You know, it used to come in the MRE packets. I don't know if they still do that, but they used to come in the MRE packets, little Folgers, right? Heat up some water, open it up, pour it in there. They give you a little sugar packet. Stir it up in your canteen cup, and man, you have a good cup of coffee for the morning. That thing just stuck with me when I retired from the military. That's what I usually drink. I don't drink that Starbucks, man. That thing's too expensive, and I don't like all those flavored coffees. Although in summertime, I can go for what do they call those? Uh, some of their colder drinks. Cap Not cappuccino. I got it on the tip of my tongue, in my mind somewhere. All right, market. What are you gonna do? Hopefully, the market just doesn't trade real thin today. Iced coffee. Yeah. Yeah, they have some, they have one of these, iced coffees, I forget what it's called. Start with a F, I think, um, that I would get every now and then. I get them at McDonald's sometimes too, but more so I just drink my own coffee. Okay, market. Yeah, so on another screen, what I watch is I watch the NQ, the ES, the Dow, right? I always watch the indexes just to see what they're doing, see if they move, together, or if one is, more stronger than the other. And usually, if you can look and you say, well, the Dow, which is 30 stocks, right? It's moving higher, it's stronger. You can actually drill down and look at what stocks within the Dow, which one is actually doing that, right? Just like yesterday with the NQ moving down, you say, okay, why is the NQ moving down? You can look and you can see Apple, and you go, oh, Apple's getting crushed for some reason, which is still doing, right? It's still doing it. It's having some problems with their phone sales. I think it's in China. Seen an article. I didn't read the article, and I know that its phone stuff in phone sales in China was down and might run into some more problems. All right, market. So I don't think there's any news at 9:45 Eastern Standard Time or 8:45 Central Time. Again, I run off Central Time, so if I throw a time out there, um, it's usually Central Time. I try to distinguish between Eastern Standard Time and Central Time. Now, some might say, "Hey, are we hitting a equal low, right, on the market right now with today's trading?" Well, to me, that's not enough to go on. That's not enough information for me to go on. So I'm gonna let it play out some more. Frappuccino, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. A frappuccino. That's what I usually get that summertime. That I'll get that at um, Starbucks. Hey, give me 1 second. All right. And it had a nice gap up, so you would expect some pullback. Yeah, you always learn something new here. There you go. That's what it's all about. That's the whole thing with pretty much anything, right? You got to watch and learn. How do you learn? You watch, and then you try. You try and you don't succeed. Well, you just learn something. You learn something not to do anymore, or you try to figure out a way to make it happen next time. Yeah, I think if Apple wasn't hemorrhaging, that the markets will move up. All right, look like it's getting some support there right at the 596. Again, I'm still looking. I like it to move all the way down here, retest the highs of yesterday, and head to 600. Or if you're watching the ES, 6,000. 6,000 and what? 6,050. Well, we're right at the VWAP again. It's the same thing it did yesterday, right? It it traded right at VWAP in a channel for most of the morning. And so that does that do that again? Well, if it does that again, then I probably won't get into a trade. That's too thin, right? Too thin. And there, I can't anticipate where it's going to go. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to go higher because it already gapped up, right? So you would think that if it gapped up, that the market would pull back some. The market's strong, right? A lot of good things that are happening, and so looks like that 596 is just holding. And some people might be willing to buy a call right there with the anticipation that the market's going to go higher from here. Well, nothing wrong with that if that's what you believe. I would not argue with that. I would not argue with that. But for me, I'll wait to see if it'll pull back to the yesterday's highs. That's my place to buy a call. If the market can or the SPY can stay above 595, that's a positive thing. Very positive thing. So I'm just watching that, right? Here you go. Dropping down a little. Dropping back a little. Probably not enough. All right, give me a second. That's a nice candle. That is a nice candle. Yeah. Hmm. Market, what are you going to do? So there's my uh, option chart. I'm going to load this up into my active trader. Back at VWAP. It broke, it holding. Let's see, this candle has to play out first. So it sounds like whatever, if there was any news, I forget what kind of news was coming out at the 45-minute mark or whatever it was. Looked like it was positive. But is there any continuation or does it come back down again? Obviously, my 15-minute hold is gone, and so if I have a desire to get into something, I can. So as traders, you always should have some type of rules that you follow, right? If you don't follow it, then it's not a rule. So, and one of my rules is I always wait first 15 minutes just to let the market play out. And it does look like the market wants to go higher. Although, always hate to buy the high with the intent that the market's going higher. I like to buy when you get a deep pullback, kind of like we had yesterday. You get those deep pullbacks by the low, let it come back up. Here we're already at the top. Although the intent is that it's going to go higher, right? We're anticipating it's going to go higher, so you're just looking for the best place to give you the best probability, the best risk to reward. And to me, that's back down to retest the yesterday's highs. Now, will it do that today? I don't know. But one thing we got to have is, as traders, we got to be patient, right? You got to have patience. You got to have a trade in mind, and you got to have some patience. So these are pivot points, right? These are just pivot points. That's what that is. This blue, that's the daily 50, right? I use the daily 50. That can surely act as support. But you see, the market is just right now. It's trading in this channel. All right, hasn't really done anything. So it's just hard to get in, even if you believe it's going to go higher. It's hard to get in right here, unless you're going to buy a contract and not really have a stop, or your stop is way down here, because it's probably not going to feel this. All right, not today anyway. Now the question is will this be the low of the day? Could be. That 50 right there could act as support. Again, if Apple could just get going. I did tell you that on another screen here, I watched the 15-minute SPY. I utilized that to kind of help me see the market a little bigger than the 1 minute. So on the 15 minutes, we're making higher highs, which is always a good thing. All right, market just gonna slowly move. Down. All right, let me look at the. Can you expound more on using active trader? Did you had a contract that you're interested in? Yep, an active trader. Yeah. So uh, I pop out my active trader and I have it on another screen. Um, and when I start to look at getting in a trade, whether it's a put or a call, that's all I do, right? I just come over here, I find what I need. I usually look for the delta, right? That's what I follow. I want to get delta right around 70. So like here, the 595 is what I took, and I'll just right click, and then I will send it to yellow, right? That's the linkage. Now my active trader is linked. It's yellow, and so that contract will get pushed over to it. All right, so I'll get pushed over to it, and so um, when I'm ready, I could just hit, by the bid, And as long as there's someone willing to sell to me, I'll get that contract. Now, as soon as I buy a contract, um, I have my stop order and sell order already preset. So if I do make a trade today, you'll see it, right? It'll pop up there. Now, I normally, what I use for my sell is a quarter, all right, 0.25. So on one contract, okay, I could lose $25, or my sell order is at the 50 cent mark, so I could make $50. So it's a 1 to 2 risk to reward. So either I lose $25 or I make $50. Or if I buy two contracts, three contracts, obviously it goes all the way up to I will buy if I'm really confident that the trade's going to work out. I'll buy 10 contracts, which can net me, what, $500, or I can lose $250. And so normally I don't move my stop. Now there are some times if based on the chart, if I say, okay, I need to get further lower underneath where I think the low is, I'll move that down further. Uh, Moving my sell order, yeah, I do that a lot, to where um, the market will move, but you could see it teetering out, and it's not gonna give me that 50 cent move. I'll pull it down and try to get whatever I can before it turns red. Simply because I try to uh, ensure that my uh, a green trade doesn't turn red, right? Even if I make only $10, okay, so I made $10. I didn't lose 25, all right, something like that. Because man, it can start going your way and then turn right around and head the other direction real quick. So it's usually not an issue with one contract, but if you're in for 10 contracts, then yeah, I'd rather make 200 plus dollars by pulling down my sell order and getting out, versus letting that turn into a red trade. Yeah, just play around with Active Trader. They it does have settings, so you can go in there and you can actually set up whatever you want. A lot of people say, "Hey, don't go on a trade unless you can get one to three." Uh, Risk to reward, and you can set that up in Active Trader, so that once you make a trade, it's set, right? You don't have to fumble with trying to put in a sell order. And I did that at first, right? When I first started, I had to do that, right? You go in there and you're fumbling around and trying to get a sell order out, and then the market turns on you and you have problems. I'd rather just get it set up so that it gets put in at the time that you buy the contract, and you just let it ride, and then you adjust it simply by moving it, right? You don't have to go back in and change numbers. If I make a trade here and you're here, I'll show you what I do and how I do that, right? You'll see it play out live online. So, and that's what I do, right, with my channel. So I've been trading for quite a while. I am retired, so I have the time to sit here and watch the charts, which is what I do. And so, some of the channels that I was following, you never see their trades. They'll tell you that oh yeah, after the fact, oh, I bought that back there when it hit the low. Didn't you do that? I told you to. I always hate that. Right. Um, Here, I'll tell you what I'm looking for, and I already said that. I'm looking for it to come down and test the yesterday's highs. If it comes down and tests yesterday's highs, I will probably buy a call. Right. I think that will be a good place to buy a call. Now I'll have to watch the market to see what it does, but that's what I'm looking for. Um, And then when I do make a trade, you'll see that my orders, my sell and stop orders will be out there for everyone to see. And then up here in the corner, right, it's my P&L for the day. You'll see that. So 100% transparency, right? You can see what I'm doing. Not trying to hide anything. I don't have nothing to sell, right? I'm not trying to sell a course. I don't have a Discord. I don't have anything. I don't even have a buy me a coffee fund, right? I don't have nothing like that. The only thing that I ask you that doesn't cost any money, right? The only thing I ask you is, hey, hit that like button and subscribe if you like what I'm doing and you'd like to see more. Subscribe and hit that bell so that it'll pop on there when I trade, because I don't trade every day. There are some days when I just don't feel it, or like FMLC, right? When the Feds come out and make their announcement, that's just a crazy day. A lot of times I don't like to trade that day because the options are over inflated, right? Um, very expensive, and so I just pass that day. I'll watch it, but I probably won't trade that day. More so because I hardly ever win those days. um, Yeah, you want faster executions, right? And that's the fast for me. That's the fastest way to do it. And then if you want to be disciplined, you figure out what your stop needs to be and what you're looking for to try to gain, right? And for me, it's the a quarter. I'm willing to lose a quarter at any time, but I want to make at least 50 cents. A lot of times, I'll pull my sell order down just so that I can get out of the trade. As long as I'm positive, I'm happy. You know, as I was telling people yesterday, as I was making my trade, making my money, it's like, you know what? I got lunch money now. I can take my wife to out to lunch, and we will be happy for the day. Not a problem with that. It's all I need to do. I don't make thousands and thousands of dollars. That I don't do. Now I have made trades that have made $1,000, $2,500. Those are your lucky trades, right? Those are your lucky trades. I haven't been that lucky lately. Now, in the days when I was used to trade like iron condors, man, at first I made a lot of money, and then the more popular it got, those things started not working out no more, and it cost me money, especially if you try to do that during earnings. So I just stick to directional. I buy directional puts or directional calls, right? And what's the direction right now? Man, look, yeah, and if you look, it's just trending. Right? It's trading sideways. It's hard to buy in when the market's doing that. But usually, at some point, right? Some point, it's gonna break out or it's gonna break down. I want to see a breakdown. Right? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a dip, and I don't like this. Just a very small pullback. I like to see something that is vicious, right? That you look at it and you go, "Whoa, man, that candle! Look at that candle. That's a lot of selling there." Because when you see that, you know that somebody's going to come in and buy that back up, and that's where I find the most opportunity. So that's what I'm looking for today. All right. Yeah, sideways. Yeah, one for one, risk to reward. There's nothing wrong with one for one. It's whatever you're comfortable with. Bet a dollar to make a dollar. All right. Bet $5 to make $5. And at one time, especially when the market's moving like this, so I'll come in and buy 10 contracts, and I'm just looking for 70 cents, or I should say point zero 0.07, right? 7 cents. Move 7 cents, and I'm out. That'd give me $70, right? Minus, of course, what it costs to make the trade. But I'll make $70, and I'll be good for the day. I got my lunch money, and you can do that, especially when the market's trading like this. I mean, it's very difficult, especially at the end of the day after 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We all know that the options, if I trade all the options that I buy expire that same day. Right. So if I buy an option today, it's going to expire today. So we know after 1 o'clock, those options, the value starts to drop. Right. It'll go up $5, come back $10. Right. Even if it's just this, because they're trying to get it to zeros as quick as possible. So if you're selling options, which I've done in the past, if you sell options, that's a good thing because you want it to go to zero and you keep all that premium. I've done that, but that is even difficult because a lot of times you got to wait closer to the end to collect, especially if it's trading sideways, right? Time decay. That's what you're looking for when you sell options, time decay. But I found just buying directional, if I can pick up on what direction the market's going, then it's good for me. Right now it's directionless, right? It's just trading sideways. But it does look like Apple's trying to come back to life, which you can see the NQ kind of moving as well. Maybe Apple's buying its own stock. So this white line, that's the top of the last breakdown candle, right? So you can go to 1 hour, see if it shows that there. No. And look at the day. So if I went to the day, here's the last breakdown candle, right? So to me, that's a target, right? The 597.75. That's a target, and it might have hit it overnight. I'm not sure, but that's a target before it gets up to uh, close to 600, which is the weekly high. And I always look for the market to either break weekly highs, it's a positive thing, or break the weekly lows, which is a negative thing, right? And so that's what I look at. Go back to the 1 minute. So there you go again. We're at the top of the hour. So I don't know if more news came out. The top of the hour or not. I usually don't listen to the news because it doesn't matter to me. I just want to know how the market reacts to it. Because nowadays, good news could be bad for the market, or bad news could be good for the market. So I have no idea how to interpret news. I just let it come out and watch the market and see what it does. So now we're coming back to VWAP. Let's see if VWAP acts as support here. So again, I'm just looking for a good setup, right? Good setup with a good probability of it going in the direction that I think it's going to go, and then it gives me the best risk to reward. Yeah, looks like the market is that going to hold VWAP. So a lot of people would do this, right? We draw a trend line and say, okay, that's the trend. Is it going to stop? And if it does, then it's the market's job to get back up here to the highs, right? And if it gets up to this highs, that's to create a double top, or does it break that and go higher? That's usually what I trade, right? Double tops, double bottoms. I'm looking for the reversal with higher highs, higher lows. It's one of the things I'd recommend is you to pick a strategy, a setup that you like trading, and you look for those setups, and that's what you play. I do throw in Fibonacci's every now and then, like just to see where the market could go. Most of the time, I don't know how you do it, but if I wasn't doing a live, I still be sitting here talking to myself. It might just be in my mind, but I sit here and I talk myself through trades. All right. That's just what I do. That's how I'm able to work that out in my mind. I go, okay, it's coming down, it's hitting VWAP. It's looking like support. That's a nice good candle. But is that a fake out? So that's probably going to come up to here, and we'll see. Or it could just peter out right here and head back down. And you can see it's expanding the range, right? Because we're right here, and now the range is a little higher. I just want it a little lower. Come all the way down here, and I'll ride it back up. Yeah, talk your talk yourself through trades. Yep, that's just the way. That's and I have a YouTube channel, but it's more focused on my retirement lifestyle. And I'm still trying to get my watch hours to get monetized. And I said, I sit here most mornings and trade the market. Why don't I just go live? I'll just go live maybe somebody will come in and listen to me or and watch me trade. And if they do that, then um, I'll get some more watch hours. And yeah, it's kind of working out now. I'm getting some good watch hours. So that was the whole impetus on doing lives, right? Wasn't trying to get something established to profit off. Yeah, I just like trading, and I like to make lunch money. So having said that, if you haven't already, uh, hit that like button, and if you like what you're hearing, go ahead and subscribe. Hit that bell. I've done this every day this week. I started this live last week, and so I probably will do it again next week simply because it's going to be cold again. And so I always start about 8:30, right? Normally it takes me a little bit to get set up, but 8:30 I'm usually live. And then I'll go to I say what until I get tired, right? So if the market is trading just like this on a Friday, I might say, okay, yeah, there's no way I'm going to make a trade. It's just not giving me the setup that I want. It's just trading sideways. And the bad thing is the longer you stare at it, the more you get FOMO, right? The fear of missing out. You go, oh man, I need to take a trade, right? I need to make a trade. Then you do a trade and then you lose money. And that I never like. So I think yesterday we went to like 3 o'clock, maybe 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So again, if you give me a thumbs up, hit that like button, and if you like it, go ahead and subscribe. And we'll continue meeting here, and we'll go from there. You can ask me any questions. I'll give you uh, my best answer, but just know that I'm no expert, right? I don't have a degree in stock trading or a degree in finance. My master's degree is in human resource management. I uh, I retired from the military, so I did 23 years in the military. I got out. I was an Army Sergeant Major, and then I got my degree in HR and started working for various companies as an HR manager, HR director. And then in May of 2021, when the thing hit, I got sick. I had a pneumonia and went into the hospital, and I didn't think I was going to come out. But the good Lord helped me. He brought me out. So right after that, I told the wife, I said, you know what? I think it's time to take a rest. I think I think the Lord's saying, hey, chill out, rest, relax. You did enough. And so in May of 2021, I retired, fully retired. I say fully retired, but you never really fully retired. You're always doing something, right? But retirement has been good so far. It's a simple retirement, right? I'm not traveling the world and all that. I can pay all my bills and put food on the table, and that's what matters. We got an empty nest, right? Our two kids are out making their own way, living their own lives. So if we go somewhere, it's to go visit them. We done traveled already, right? We traveled all around the world. I was born and raised on the island of Guam, and so I know island life. I lived it. Yeah, thank you, Lord. Always thank the Lord. You know what? I always say a prayer in the morning, right? Always say a prayer after a trade, whether I win or lose. Thank you. Someone in the 30s or 40s uh, wants to be able to really enjoy retirement. Yeah, yeah. So the key to retirement is you start early, right? Start early. because most of the times we don't even think about saving, right? But you gotta figure out a way to put aside money. The earlier you do it, the more money you're going to have, the more money you're going to be able, or the sooner you're going to be able to retire at an earlier age. I was 62 when I retired, uh, but I know a lot of people that retired in their 50s, right? Just because they put money aside. Now there's a lot of, and it's just not saving money; it's investing money, right? So if you save money, that's great, but man, you wanna take advantage of that compounding monies, right? So just about everything is invested in the market one way or another. Everything is tied to the market, whether it's the bond market or the stock market. I always say most of your benchmarks are the S&P 500, right? They all try to beat the S&P 500. So my earlier years, I just bought the S&P 500. I just bought SPY. You know, once a month, I save money from paychecks, and I just put it in to a stock fund that I had, and I just bought SPY. Almost the same thing. All right, we're back down to VWAP again. But if you put the money in SPY, over time, we know over time the market's gonna go higher, right? Might go lower first, but people always say, hey, the market's going lower. I'm going to sell. I'm going to take my money out. Okay, but it's hard to time the market, right? It's hard to time it. So uh, I'd say, you know what? Just continuously find a good date within the month that you can do it, and just put money in the market. You have a brokerage account, buy SPY, or there's several other ETFs or mutual funds that mimic the total market, and you can buy that. All right, so it looked like it is trying to hold right there on VWAP. I really wish that it wasn't trading all sideways, but I think it's going to break VWAP and come down. It's going to come down to this pivot point here. The question is do you see support here? I don't know. Let's see if it holds or if it breaks. Now, people will look and they'll say, okay, this is a double. This might be a double bottom for the day, right? So if it comes down to this pivot point here, that might hold. But if you turn around and look, it's not really a long ways to go back up, and you know that VWAP will become resistance, right? We're looking for it to be. It was support here, right? Now it's resistance. So if you look here now, so did it break? Now is this a retest, and then it's going to come down? Or no, you just watch it. Break and retest are another thing I always watch. Kind of like here, right? So it broke VWAP, came back in a retest, and it popped up higher. But see, it's not really going higher. There's no more higher because it gapped up, and that's the problem when the market gaps, right? Overnight it gaps up, and then there's there's your move. That's the whole move for the day, the gap up. And I don't have overnight trading on my calendar, my chart. I can switch it, right? I hit grid and I can switch it, and there it is, right? I could watch that and see all that, but yeah, I just learned to trade without all this noise. right? Without all that noise. So I hit back and I go to charts, and there we are again. I trade off the 1 minute. The 1 minute is what I trade off. I do watch the 15 minute. That helps me get into higher highs on the 15th. Obviously, if the 15 is going higher highs, then the one is going higher highs. So that's what I look for. People ask about the Greeks that go with options, and you know, I don't bother with them simply because when I get into a an option trade, I'm not in there very long. All right. If I'm in there more than 5 minutes, I start to get antsy and try to get out because of time decay. It's starting to eat at that. So it's my goal is to get in a trade, pick a point to where I know the market's either going to continue up or continue moving down. Get that move, that 50-cent move, and take my money and get out. That's all I'm looking for. That is all I'm looking for. So you can see it's coming down. So it's going to hit this pivot point, and we'll see if that acts as support or if it just cuts right through it. Again, what I'm looking for, all right, I would get interested is if it retests all the way back to the highs of yesterday. If it does that, if it comes all the way back down to here, I'd be interested in buying and buying a call. Will it get there today? I don't know. It might hit this pivot and then it just bounce back and stay within this channel. You see the channel now, right? There's the highs, there's the lows, that's the channel, back and forth until it breaks out from one side or the other. I just try to not have FOMO, right? The fear of missing out. If I don't make a trade today, that's okay. Right? Making no trade and losing no money, that's a good thing, right? Trying to force a trade and then it doesn't work out for you and you lose some money. Yeah, that's a lesson learned, but that's a terrible way to learn that lesson as well. You just want to wait for your setup, whatever your setup is, whatever you like to play. And if you don't have a setup, I'd go on YouTube and I would review a whole bunch of setups because there's a ton out there and they're all good, right? They're all setups. They're just so different. You find one that you're comfortable with, and you watch it long enough, and you can see it play out. You can see that pattern, and that's what helps you to have profitable trades. But the market in the last several days, been really choppy because overnight it makes its move, and then it does one of these, right? Comes down, chop, 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 up, down, because it's just trading sideways. Anytime it trades sideways, it's just chopping, but it's building steam, right? It's building steam for that next move. I like to think that next move is higher, but I don't know. But I like to think that. All right, back over VWAP again. So when I start looking at this, all right, we're at the 1 hour flip. And I say the 1 hour flip, right? Because the market's been open 1 hour. And there are times when if it flips and then that second hour gives you a whole different picture, because all of this was in the first hour, right? So then we flip at the 9:30 mark, and so you kind of start to see what that second hour is going to give you. And I always keep that in mind. So it's the market's job is to get back up here at least to these highs, if not break out of the highs, right? One of the two. That's its job. Uh, the bears, it it's their job to keep selling this thing so that it doesn't get up to these highs, right? Keep it down. Then you have a tendency to see, well, who's going to win? I like to think overall the bulls always win, because if you look at a stock chart 10 years, that market's going to continue to move up. They might win this battle, right? But they're not going to win the war. The market will continue to move up over time. You just had we're in earnings season, and you had the banks come out, and man, the banks had some good earnings. That's always a big positive. A lot of good things that are happening right now. So the indicators that I use, I use one market forecast. That's what I use. I don't use you know and if you trade, well, any of your platforms that you trade on, they'll have 1,001 different indicators that you can utilize. I always say, you know what, pick one and decide which works best for you, and then utilize it. Stick with one, uh, because you start using multiple ones and it can really confuse you, right? It can confuse you and not get you into a trade. So pick one that makes the most sense to you, study it, trade with it. So I use market forecasts, and then the only other things I have on my chart is, obviously, I always watch VWAP, as you can see. Um, then I have the pivot points, simply because a lot of people have the pivot points on here, and that's right in Thinkorswim, right? It's one of those things that you can load, doesn't cost you no money, and then just some um, moving averages, right? Like the 50, the 20, the 100. I kind of watch those to know where the market's going. Anything above the 50, it's always positive. All right, Apple's starting to move. So those are usually the only things that I have on my chart that help me. Obviously, the candlesticks is really kind of what tells the story for me. People use different things, like the line chart, bar chart. I think there's some other different candlesticks that are out there. Not to say that they're not good, right? You just pick one, and you trade with it, and you learn how it responds, or what it does, what it means. Nothing is 100% perfect, and that you keep in mind. So it almost looks like it's developing a reverse head and shoulders, right? VWAP almost, but it didn't make a new high. Came back down, almost didn't make a new high yet, but it probably came right to here, which it did. So what would you look for? All right, probably come back to VWAP, come back to VWAP before it might take off and go higher. Now that would play out if you thought that was a reverse head and shoulders. Not to say that it is, or the market's going to move just because of that, but that's just looking at it. Nope, I didn't change my my VWAP settings. The only thing I did, because VWAP, it will give you the outer bands, right? The outer high and low. Yeah, I just hide those, because I tried to trade with those before, and they just didn't work for me. All right, I didn't see no correlation with you know, touching those outer bands and the market pulling back. So I just watch VWAP. I know VWAP, majority of the people watch it, and that's why it's a powerful indicator. The market that is above it, it's a positive thing. If it's below it, that's a bearish thing. And that's just how I play that. Sometimes it acts as support, sometimes it acts as resistance. But yeah, I did not change any of the settings for that. I just got rid of the outer bands. All right, so we continue to move in this channel. Although Apple is trying to break out. I think if Apple can get going, let's see if any of the other Magnificent Seven is really down. No, oh, Meta's down some. I think if Apple can get going, the market might get going. Although the market's up almost 1%, so can't argue with that right now. So if you were long the market, you're happy because it moved up 1%. Yeah, if you see me looking down, I got my phone down here, and that's what I'm monitoring the chat with. Right, it's my phone because I want my other screens. You know, I'm watching the NQ, the ES, the YM. I'm watching Apple. I'm watching SPY 15 minutes. I'm watching the 80 line, right? The calls and put ratio. All those tell me something different. So where's the call and put ratio? Well, you know what? Here's one place you can look at, right? If you go to analysis, right? Here's all your options. You can go to the all the way to the bottom, right? And you hit today's option statistics, right? So there's your call. So far, you've had 1231, right? 1,231,700, and it just changed versus the puts. Now there's the puts number, all right? But here's your puts to call ratio, right? 1.031. So it's almost equal, right? There's probably more puts right now, and this is just for today, right? This is just for today. Um, there's been more puts bought than calls. What does that mean? I don't know. If you buy more puts, I always say that the market has a tendency to do the opposite of what everybody thinks. So if everybody's buying puts or selling puts, um, then the market's probably going to go up. Now that doesn't always work, but that's how I look at it sometimes, right? All right, so you can see that that pattern kind of played out. Now we'll see if it can't break though. It's made a new high, but does it break? I'm going to do this to give us a better picture. All right, there you go. So it took out the gap there. So you kind of see the inverted head and shoulders. The question is does it break and continue up? So, but I don't play breakout. Some people play breakouts. I'll watch and I'll see because I mean that's a positive thing, right? Where do I think the market's going to go? Right, it's gonna try to go to the highs, right? Maybe to the 600. It could get to 600 today, right? But it could hit here and decide to pull all the way back. Right? It could do that. Now, and I know usually on Fridays, they'll usually have a big pullback at some point, right? I won't say usually, right? That's probably not the right word, but there are times when it just to shake things up, just to shake up the options because options are expiring today, so it'll do that. I don't know if that's the reason. That's just the reason that I think it does that. So remember this line. This is the top of the breakdown, right? So for me, that's a target. So if I was long with this stock, I'd be looking at getting out right there. That'd be my target. And now if this is a inverted head and shoulders, okay, we come up to here. This is the neckline. It broke. It come back. Um, how does it play out? I don't I don't know. I really don't want to get into anything that I think that this might indicate because golly, I'm usually wrong. I'm not a professional, and I'm usually wrong. So I don't want to say something that might influence somebody to buy a call right here. So if you buy a call right here, thinking that it is going to go up to 600, and it pulls all the way back, and you lose money, and you say, "Man, I'm never going to go uh, to Chandler's retirement life and watch his channel no more because he made me lose money." Yeah, no, I don't want you to do that. But this is also not a place that I would buy a put. Although you're at the highs, right? Some people would say, "Okay, is this the high for the day?" I don't know. It could be. It's just it's hard. Again, when I go back and I look, my setup is down here, right? My setup to buy a call is down here. If I buy a call here, hoping that it's going to get up to here, well, that's buy and hope. I don't want to do that. I want the probability and the risk to reward be on my side. And if we came down to here, it would be on my side. If it came back down to here, all right, to where there was support before, it would be more on my side. So I always look at the way it's trading. Here is where I would buy a call. I mean, buy a put because it's the highs, And down here is where I'd buy a call because it's the low the lows. Although the way this is playing out, I I gotta have patience. I gotta wait. I gotta wait for my setup to what I'm looking for. And you can see this market pull back just a little like this, just like it pulled back here, right? It pulled back here before it went back up, just like it pulled back here before it went back up. So you start to see all those, right? You start to see that, right? Here's another one. You start to see this as you look at things. You go, okay, yeah, it makes sense. Here's a fake out, right? Faked you out. VWAP was resistance, and it pulled back down. This one was choppy, right? Was choppy, but here you see uniformed, right? Came down, but then the pop really wasn't that big, right? It broke that structure, and pop wasn't that big. It was a better one, all right? It was a better one because it was further down. It went further down, so it popped and it came up. So here you got the same thing. So it's coming down. Now is it going to pop and just go right back up here to the high and make another high before it comes back down? Let's make a double top right here. Or does it break out and keep going up? Hmm. So on the 15 minutes, we still got an inside candle, simply meaning, you know, if you looked at this from high to low, anything that trades in here is going to be in the inside, right? Inside day. That's what gives you all this chop. All right, market, you gonna get up there? So when I watch things like this, right? So the goal is it to make a equal high, right? If it can't do that, then that just says the market is weak right now, and that it's probably going to go down. If it can't go up, it's going to come back. It's going to pull back, uh, to gain a little more steam, right? To swallow up some stops. Usually it'll come up here, might make a new high, and then it'll just stop. And as it stops, up there you go. All right. So I made a new high. Now it's letting everybody make a decision. What are you going to do? Are you going to join the rally if it's going up? Or are you going to buy a put or short the market at this point? So usually this candle or the next couple candles kind of try to fake people out one way or another. Because if you look at it, you go, okay, I made that double top. The market's going to go down, and then it'll fake you out, and it'll go further up. Let's see what it does. Now, since I trade the 1 minute, I don't trade the first 30 seconds of that minute. Right, the first 30 seconds of any candle. What I have found is it kind of fakes you out. So I always trade the backside, right? The second half of that 30-minute candle. Because I'm always looking for follow through, whether the follow through is going higher or the follow through is going lower. Jamel, man, I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged. I'm really encouraged. Now that you said something, I'm very encouraged. Jamel's been praying and the market's been going up. He's a godly man. All right. So you see how that the market was looking kind of weak at the double top. Some people might have went short. Some people might have bought puts because it's a double top. But it's a strong market. You know, we just had a real big gap up for CPI. Here's another gap, and now we're right here. So um, depending, a lot of people will say what this is you know it peaks above, the market looks above, and then it comes back. Again, remember I said for me that the 597.75, this white line right here, this line, to me that was a target. That's a target. That's the top of the breakdown candle on the daily chart. So I'm sure it's a breakdown or it's a target for a lot of other people. So a lot of other people might have a sale right there. Although I think it's going to break out. I think it's going to go higher, right? I think that's what I kind of said when we first started, that I said it was possible maybe we can get up to the 600. I just wanted it to pull back to here first. Give me a better risk to reward. So this is actually playing out. Yep. Now it's breaking out. Not something that always works, but it's something that I always do. So if I was looking for a target based on this, that would be my target. Let's for giggles, let's see if that plays out or not. All right. Maybe it gets close to that. Or maybe I should have, yeah, now that I'm looking at it, this is this is more probably correct. Maybe a little lower. Maybe the 598.50 is where it goes to. I say maybe, but man, it could just poof straight back. And the market is not moving fast enough for me. It's just it's chopping and it's moving slow. So if I got into a call at the break, which some people probably did, call at that break, call here, the market hasn't moved yet. So you're sitting in a call and you're going, "Oh no, is it going to move? Is it going to go up? Is it going to continue?" Yes, praise God, Jamel. Praise him, brother. He deserves all our praise. So you see, if you bought that breakout, you're sitting there. As- Again, it could pick up and go. But if you've been in a trade, you know how it plays on your mind. You're like, oh, did I make the right decision or the wrong decision? And you start to see the market going going the other way, and you're like, oh, I should have waited. All right, they're just, I mean, the market's just playing with people's minds right here, making you think it's going to go down, and then and then it shoots straight up, right? And or the other way around, you thought it was going to go up, and it could shoot straight down. That's the problem with trading, right? You just never know. And although you can look at patterns like this inverse head and shoulder, you can look at patterns like that and think it's going to do something, and then it doesn't, because nothing works 100% of the time. But it's still just hovering right at that breakdown candle high. All right, let's see what it wants to do. Yep, there you go. And there it goes. I say there it goes. It's moving up a little bit. But let's see if it gets up to that 598.50, 598.60 to see if this plays out. Now, if you did buy this, right? If you bought calls here, that was good. You bought calls here, yep, you're in the positive. And if you did that, then I'd say congratulations to you. I'm gonna reload my calls. This one is 65, right? The delta is 65. I like that. I think I'm gonna change my strategy today just a little bit, and that I'm gonna try at some point. I'm gonna trade. I'm gonna trade 10 contracts, but I'm only gonna look for point zero 0.07, 7 cents. As you can see them, yes, it broke, but that's the amount it broke. Then it stopped. Then it traded. Then it broke. Now what's it gonna do? Break and retest and come back to here? Maybe. So you're not getting very big moves. And so I'm just gonna adjust my sell order and increase my contracts and just see if that works out. Yeah, it's just it's moving real slow, huh? It's moving real slow. And that's just, that's not good for options. When it moves real slow like that, option prices don't move. Remember, you got time decay working against you. Like I said, it moves up, you know, moves up 2 points, comes back 5 points. And I'm talking about the price in the options, not the candlesticks. Price in the options move like that. So it's hard. It's hard to make a profit. Well, now that some people would say this is a break and retest, right? So it broke that and came back and it's retesting. Now it would be a retest if it goes up from here. If it continues down, yeah, it wasn't a retest. That's just a move lower. But the market knows that all the people are looking at the same thing that I'm talking about, so it can fake people out, right? You could turn that candle green, first 30 seconds, and the second 30 seconds, right? It continues on down. So it gets people to buy in right here, and it goes the other direction, just like that. And or it is a break and retest, and the market does go higher. That's the decision you always got to make, right? All right, here's the second half of the candle. The first half made you think it was going to go up. Let's see what the second half does. Yeah, just give you more time to think about it. And as I talk, those are just all things that go through my mind, right? Not to say that they're correct, because I am not a uh, options guru, stock market guru. I'm not one of them. I don't even consider myself midway. People ask me, I say, no, I don't know what I'm doing. I just fumble my way through things. I'll never claim to know what I'm doing or know what I'm talking about. All right. So right now it is holding. Right. See, I mean, you start to see where all these are, right? All these pullbacks and how that works. Pullback. Here's another pullback. Look like it's breaking. Let's see if you can get up to my 598. And if it is, then people would say, yeah, that was successful, right? It broke and retest. Now it's going to go up higher if that is correct. It's just hard for me to buy a call up here at the highs, because what I would need it to do is to go higher. Although I think it's going higher, it could turn right around and go lower. So it's the risk reward and the probability is not on my side. That is the difficulty in trading. Yeah, just a slow walk up, as Stockologist has said. Right, it's a slow walk up. You'll get there. It's gonna be slow. When it's slow like that, your options don't appreciate that quick. Every time it pulls back, it depreciates. I don't know. Anybody in here? Has anybody took a trade? Just wondering if anybody has taken a trade and uh, successful. Feel free to feel free to call out what you think. You think the market's going to move up, and you bought a call somewhere? Let us know what it is. So the hardest thing to do is right is to do something like this, right? Go live and tell people, even if it's just one person, right, to tell somebody what you believe the market's going to do. That's hard. Sometimes you don't want to say anything. Sometimes you don't want to take a trade because you don't want them to see that your trade didn't work out. But I've learned to just to trade. You know what? If I see my pattern work out, that's when I take a trade. So let's do this. See, even when I try to draw a trend line, it's difficult to see. There you go. Jesse took a call. The $4 profit. There you go. You know what? $4 is good. $4 profit is not a problem. As long as your trade doesn't go red, your trade stays green, no matter $1, and that's good, all right? Because you got to get used to the mechanics of seeing something, buying in, and then selling. The more times you do that, the your brain starts to work on those mechanics of how to do that, and you can do that a lot quicker, more often. Trading is definitely hard. People say it's easy, and they made millions of dollars. I don't know. I'll never call anybody a liar, but anything can happen. People get lucky all the time because that's what it takes. A little luck, all right, a little luck. All right, pulling back to that trend line. Let's see if the trend line does anything. Not to say it will. Okay, it's just chopping right here. That is all it's doing is just chopping. What is the market doing? Trying to push back up. Let's see if it makes another high. There we go. Just about there. There you go. There's your new high. No follow through. You would have liked to seen another green candle, just the same size going up. Let's see, maybe the second half will give you it. All right, we're into the second half of this candle. Let's see what it wants to do. Look like it wants to go. Come on, push it higher. And that's the problem. I think it's still going to go higher. Looks like it. Like Apple is having some problems. Just going to hurt the NQ. Just going to slow down the market. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think some people will call today like a gap and go, right? So it gaps up and then it just goes, but it's going slow. It's a good pullback here. This is usually what if it's a gap and go. Usually that first pullback I'll buy, but man, that just it, look at all that chop, right? First 15 minutes. That's a lot. That's a lot of chop there. So, but a gap came back a little. I guess you can say it's going. I guess somebody asked me earlier about Yeah, if you just bought the 600 calls, would that be a better strategy? Yep, maybe in this case it would be because uh, you have it up there, and if you did, yeah, it might fluctuate, but it's going up in value every time the market moves up. So that might have been a better strategy this morning here. All right, is it going to go up there to my 598.50, 598.63? You're in for a put. Yeah, that might be a good decision, especially like right here. I mean, we're at the highs, right? Hard to buy a hard to buy a call at the top, hoping it's going to go higher. It's easier to buy a put, trying to see if the market is going to get exhausted, run out of steam, and come back a little more. It continues to make higher highs here. That's that 598.50 we talked about. I was saying that this was the true inverse head and shoulders. That based on this pattern, that it would get up to at least here. When I draw these, right, they're not 100% accurate. I always look for whole numbers. So 598.50 is like a whole number. So that's what I would have set my sights on, but we'll see what it does. 'Cause it looks like it still wants to go up. I know I keep saying that, and some people will say, well, if you believe it's going to go up, why don't you buy a call? Well, we're at the top of the market. It's my rules. I don't buy at the highs. It's like I don't short or buy puts at the lows, even if it is going to go higher. All right, so it's tagging my line. See if that thing breaks out from it. That's a good candle there. See if you get follow through up to that 599. Yeah, tagged at 5.99. All right, market. Just slow. All right, we're getting ready to flip to the next hour. So I'm still waiting on a deep pullback. That's the only thing that will get me into the market. If we have a deep pullback. All right, so it's its job to get up there, right? Either make higher highs again, like it did here and here and here, or oh, what was that? The flip? What happened to the flip? The 1 hour flip? So its job is to get there. If they can't get there, then things kind of turn a little negative. Okay. So now do we start down the other side of this move? And by that I mean, so we have this whole move up. So now do we start coming back down? And do we look for patterns and coming back down? Because it couldn't get up to make another higher high. So that's an indicator that it's not going higher anymore. And what can't go higher starts to go lower. And this was your indicator right here, right? Because it couldn't get up. So it has to go down. So where's it going to go down? Well, there's probably the first level, right? Where the market found support, maybe. But this would probably be the lower low, right? High, lower low, high, a higher low, a lower high, and now does it come down and break this? If it breaks this, then for me, that would be a lower high. So on the downside, that's what you look for, right? You're looking for uh, lower lows. That is, I always get those mixed up. Lower lows, right? Higher high, but that's a lower high. So now I'm looking for a lower low for it to go back down here. Yeah, something happened. Some news came out. 11:30 news. All right, let's see. Let's see if it breaks right through that, or it breaks through there like 1, 2, 3 cents and gets swallowed back up like it's doing. Well, I know Jesse's happy, right? Jesse's saying, "Yeah, I got puts. I'm happy. I should be in the money." Okay, so it didn't make a lower low. What's it gonna do? Well, come back up here, hit this trend line, then continue down. Yep, you break even. Well, that's okay. Break even's not bad. You know what? Hold on. It looks like it's going to go lower. So it hits this trend line. Let's see if it goes back down from here. Yeah, your entries are so important. You don't get your entries right, then sometimes it takes you a little longer. All right, so if it breaks that trend line, where's it going to go? Probably, I think, to there, maybe. Hey, Live, what do you mean by what is he trading on? What platform? Or yeah, I'm if you're talking about me, I'm trading on Thinkorswim. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I try to with my charts, I try to not have so many squiggly lines on there, other than lines I put on there during the daytime, right? So when I get done today, majority of that will all be cleaned off, just so that I can see the charts, right? So I can see the candles, which is really what I need to see. Just like so I can remove this. This is just what's my guesstimation based off of whether that was a reverse head and shoulders or not. This is the The high of the last breakdown candle in the daily chart. You can see that was a little resistance, very little, turns into support, and you're off to the races, right? So you would think that maybe it'll come down to support again. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, so I mean, on my accounts, I trade my own money, right? Um, I'm not in one of those, I'm trying to think. I lost the name of that. I'm not in one of those the funds where you can sign up and they'll give you a whole bunch of money to trade on. Yeah, this is my own account. This is my retirement account, so I got to be careful with that, right? Because it's my retirement. I got to keep making money, and not losing, or I have to go back to work. Yeah, you know those, you know, and those, I just can't think of what the names are from those brokerages out there that will give you X amount of dollars to try to trade on. Forget what those names are. Um, but those accounts are great if you're just starting out because, as you say, you're gonna if you're just starting out, there's a tendency for people to lose a lot of money. Yeah, the prop firms. There you go. Your prop firms. There's a ton out there, and it doesn't cost that much money to get an account. And then if you're really good, right, you can get funded. They'll give you money to trade. That's a good way to start out. As you make mistakes, you make mistakes, but if you start up with a $30,000 account with your own money, you don't want to lose $30,000 trying to figure this out because trading is hard, and it's trading itself is easy. It's you, right? It's your mind that is hard because you can go back here and you can say, well, why didn't I buy a put, or why didn't I buy a call here? If I bought a call down here, man, I'd be good. And if I just let it ride, I'd be making some money, right? So that's easy to see after the fact, but when it was down here, your mind plays tricks, right? Your mind says, "Oh, it's going lower. You don't want to buy." So that's the difficult part, right? Is yourself, and that's why I say, I always talk myself through trades. I always talk to myself. Yep. But yeah, if you're starting out, check into them prop firms. There's a lot of people out there that will give you discounts as well. I jump into one of those if you want to learn. Like I said, here I'm trading my own monies. That's why I'm extra careful most of the time. There you could take a swing at something, and if you miss, it's like, okay, all right, no problem, because I could spend another 50, $75 and get another account for X amount of dollars. Keep trying to trade. Yeah, Weeble. You know a lot of people that do Weeble. Charge, liquid charge, yeah. Uh, yeah, there's a lot out there. Like you said, I mean, Thinkorswim, I've been on it for so long. When it went from TD Ameritrade to Schwab, I just stayed, you know, because that's what I learned on. And so I hate to switch to another platform and then I got to learn that platform. And I want my trading to be more simple. I don't want it to be more difficult. Yeah, yeah. The prop firms, if you're good and you make money, right? You can get paid out. Yeah. So I back in my army days, is when I started investing in mutual funds. I think my first mutual fund was a Janus fund, and me and my wife, we invested money in our Janus fund, and I kept saying, "Man, that the market's moving up, but the fund ain't moving up as fast. Why is that?" Then the more you look into it, and what does a mutual fund do, right? It buys stocks, right? It just buys X amount of stock. It buys the wrong stock, and it's not going to move as fast or as high as the S&P, right? If it doesn't have the right stock in it. So I just started out by saying, well, you know what? I could probably do the same thing. We could do our own research and buy our own stock. So that's kind of what we did. When you're working, when you have a job, you don't have time to sit behind a computer. So you research, you go things like, oh, you know what? Google is a good buy. Buy some Google. When you say, oh my God, look at it, it's moving up, it's moving up. We made X amount of dollars. Yeah, let's sell it. Yeah, I should have never done that. Yeah, let's sell it. And you're happy, but then years later you see it break out and you go, man, I should have held my stock. But that's kind of how I learned. I looked at the mutual funds and I said, man, I think I could do just as good. And it seems like they all try to benchmark the S&P, right? They all try to beat the S&P. So in my later years, especially when I worked my 401, it was S&P. I just bought into the S&P and I just throw money into that, right? No need to think very hard about it. Just buy the S&P, one stock. Buy the S&P, continue to buy it, average down, average up, and over time you're going to make money. We know that, right? Look at any chart and you'll see it constantly moves up, right? Yep, you might have a year or 2 years, hopefully not 3, where the market turns down, but at some point it's going to turn and it's going to move up. That's how I started to learn how to trade. Then my wife bought me one of these books called Candlesticks, and I used to read that book religiously, right? Looking at the patterns, and from there you kind of get into it. In your spare time, you're researching. And then when I retired in May of 2021, I said, hey, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start my YouTube channel where I talk all about retirement and those things about my retirement lifestyle, my legacy. But most mornings this is where I'm at. I'm trading the market. I'm trying to make a couple of dollars to take her to lunch. Yeah, trading is very taxing on the brain. That is true. But in my younger years, like I said, I just threw it into the S&P. So if I made as good as the S&P, then I was all right. But, when you average in, average down, average up, when you just constantly put money in every month, payday, you take $100, you throw it in there, then, you're gonna do okay. Over the long haul, you're gonna do okay. Yeah, one of the greatest thing is you don't always have to make a trade, right? You could have it played off in your mind, or a lot of times I'll write it down. I got a pad right by my desk, and so I do things like, okay, I would buy it at here. Let me see what the option price is. You know, 97. All right, let's see if I would have made money, and let that play out. And if you say, well, okay, I made money, so you go, okay, that pattern was good. Or you say, well, okay, I didn't make money. What went wrong? You know, that's how you learn. You don't necessarily have to buy. You can always just uh, people call it paper trade, right? And I think Thinkorswim they have a paper trade thing on there, but I've never used it because it never goes right. Right? There's always some problem, so I can just do it by writing down, and that's worked for me. Yeah, Jesse, you trade your own money as well. Yep. Wow, from 500 to 5,500. That's good. That's awesome. Yeah, them $1,000 days, those are good. Those are great days. Yeah. Well, uh, easy up, easy down. That's the whole thing, right? Easy up, easy down. I know, I was coming back from, Iraq on, R&R one time, and, we rented a house out in, um, Key West, and we stayed there for, like, 2 weeks. Cost us about, $2,500. I think I had some options. I think it was, TOT. Um, and sure enough, I think I had monthly options, right? And those things, for whatever reason, shot up, and I made like $2,500. I remember telling my wife, I go, "Man, I just made $2,500, and it just paid for our vacation. How amazing is that?" Now, now take the money out and don't spend it. But yeah, you can make money quick, right? If you're going in the right direction, and that's the hard thing to do, right? To decide to buy a call here and ride it up to here, that's the challenge that we all have. And usually the challenge is with ourselves. Now you can see it's coming back on support, right? It once, twice, this is the third time. But the question is does it break through that and come down to this top? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, that's always the question. That's the challenge. That sound like Clint Eastwood, right? Do you feel lucky? Make my day. Do you feel lucky? Go ahead, pull the trigger. Buy that call. You think it's going up? Buy that call. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This morning, I mean, it was choppy in the beginning, right? Beginning of the day. Um, just all chop here, chop, chop, chop. You know, if you're trying to get in and get out real quick, like I do, right? I always look for a 50-cent move, right? I'm looking for a 50-cent move. Trying to get a 50-cent move out of this, that is difficult. Now, this was the move. Well, when does that move come, right? That's hard to tell. That's what you always got to determine. I always look. I like threes, right? So if it tests three times anything, one, two, three, to me that a lot of times that's a good time to get into the market. I seen threes work more than anything else, and I'm saying that after the fact, right? But when it was here, um, I didn't buy. But normally, what I always do is I say, okay, when it hits threes, I'm going to buy one contract no matter what. And you know what? That has worked for me more times than none, right? To whether I say no matter what I think, it's three, I'm just going to buy one contract. If I'm wrong, it's $25 I lost. That's okay. I I can live with that, right? But if I'm right, then this happens. And so I need to keep with that rule. But it's hard when it gets here. It's hard because if you remember, I was looking for the market to come down to here and retest uh, yesterday's highs. That's what I was looking for in order to buy calls. But it just did not do that for me. And so now look, it's looks like it's here's three again, right? One, two, three. Am I gonna buy a call? Probably not. I chickened out. There's a lot of resistance right here, right? Right here. Look at all that resistance. Yeah, yeah. On the longer term, um, we are well, we broke that trend, right? And that all determines. And right here was the my longer term trend. It broke the trend. That just depends on how you draw your trend line, right? So people draw it differently. So market structure wise, I think eh, I'm watching that. But let me go to the maybe it shows it on the 1 hour. Okay, so here's the 1 hour, right? You can see it come down, hit that trend line, come down. So you can see the market's been trending down, but today we broke that trend. I think we broke that trend. I don't know, but from what I can see, it has broken that trend. So again, it all depends on how you draw your trend line. Okay, let's see what happens here. I mean, it really looks like it's good support right there. Yeah, you can see a whole bunch of things. Yeah. Yep. Okay, there you go. See, breaking through that. Does it pull back up? Usually it's gonna hold, it'll go down, you know, 1, 2 cents, and then it'll pull right back up. And I like to see it all within that same candle. So here now we're coming through the second half of the 1 minute candle. So if it's gonna hold, and it's gonna do it right here. Let's see if anybody buys it up. Right? They're trying. Someone's trying. They might do it with this next candle, but I always like to see it with that the candle that breaks it. So that didn't work. That wouldn't have got me in. Right now we're down to this is the breakdown on the 1 minute or not the 1 minute, the day chart, the daily chart. That is the the top of the breakdown candle. That should be stronger support. Yeah. Every time I see VWAP, I always think that, the VWAP is like a magnet, right? It keeps trying to pull all this down there. Hey, thank you, Live. Thanks for subscribing. If you're on here and you haven't subscribed, we like Live. Go on there and subscribe and give me a thumbs up. Come back and see me anytime you're online. We can talk and watch and get excited about the market. So you see, it kind of it broke through this support, right? It broke through, come right back through. So this wasn't very good support, although it was good here. It was good here. It was good here. Obviously, it broke this, but it's come back through it. Positive thing. Now, does the market go back up? It looks like it. It looked like it can. Yep, if you're starting your own, not a problem. If you ever let me know when you started, I'll come check you out. I'll give you a subscribe and a like. Yeah, I was telling people earlier that I have a YouTube channel, but it really is about retirement. And I just happen I do this most mornings, and so I figured, you know what, I should just start doing a live, and because I need some watch hours to get monetized. And so I think this has been this is my really my first full week that I've done it. And so far, it's pretty fun. It is fun doing. Man, Apple is getting demolished. We were talking earlier, if Apple could get going, that the market might be get could get going, could move higher, but wow, it's getting chopped down again. Maybe they'll lower the prices on their phones now. Them things, although they're great phones. Yeah, expensive. All right, market, what are you gonna do? I'm still looking at, I'm looking for an opportunity to get in for a call. I have it set up to buy 10 contracts, and I'm only looking for 7 cents. That's all I'm looking for. Because as you can see, I mean, the market's really it's not moving enough before it turns around, right? And then it's flatline. Then it comes down one time, and it comes right back. Same thing here. It comes up, comes back, comes up, comes back. So if I got into a call, I don't think I can get my 50 cents, right? Not at this point. But I'm thinking I might be able to get 7 cents. If I can get 7 cents with 10 contracts, then That give me $70. So I'm looking for an opportunity to kinda get there to do that. And I'm watching for a spot. It's terrible risk to reward, right? Because I'll make $70, but if I'm wrong, I'll lose, $250. So that's always terrible. But I like to think that, I could probably find and buy into a movement to where I can at least get 7 cents. Yeah, uh, the market is definitely gonna, stay up there. I don't think you're gonna get a and again, I say you're not, but you never know. I always look for, that deep pullback, right? Where the market just goes, and you go, "Whoa, what happened?" But then they turn around and they buy it right back up. I like that violent, pullback. Those are great times when to buy a call. Alright, we're just, at the top of the hour, 12 o'clock, lunchtime for most traders over there. I guess they're going to their Friday lunch. Matter of fact, happy Friday. They should be going to Friday lunch now. So usually between, Eastern Standard Time, 12 and 1, I think that's like lunch hours. Then 1 o'clock, sometimes there's movement, right? There's something happens at 1 o'clock. Sometimes news comes out. I think when they do bonds or they sell bonds, yeah, the information comes out about 1 o'clock. So it just depends. But yeah, uh, I don't know, are most traders because Monday is a off day, are most traders, somewhere else? Most traders not trading? I meant institution trading, right? You know, retailers, we're always here. We're always present for duty. So now what's the market's job? The market's job is to get back up here to highs, right? That's its job. That's what the bulls gotta do. They have enough steam to push that back up here. And another thing that I do is, a lot of people have equity accounts. Um, so if you don't have an account where you have $25,000, you're limited, right? The amount of trades you can make, you're limited like 3 a week, and that kind of hurts your trading as well, right? Then you can get in get in a stock and you can't get out because it's gonna one more trade and they'll suspend you and block your account. One of the things you can do is you can go to a old cash account, right? Especially if you don't use um yeah, I was just watching the charts here. If you don't use it, the amount of money that they give you to borrow, you can go to a strict cash, and you could trade based on the amount of cash you have in your account. As long as the funds settle, and usually with Think and Swim or Schwab, 1 day and it settles. So you can keep trading pretty much all the time if you have a cash account. You don't have to wait and worry about that rule that gives you only 3 trades every in a 7-day period. I think it's something like that. That's a good candle right there. Let's see what it does at all this congestion right here. I think it breaks it. It's just like sitting there. It's trying to give people the opportunity to think about it, what they want to do. Just a reminder, and I know I've said this numerous times, but I think I'm required to say this. Nobody's told me that. I just see a lot of people that do this, and just to remind people that nothing I do here is financial advice. I'm not a financial planner, nor do I have any of the certification or degrees to give advice. My master's degree is in human resource manager, so it's in human resource management. So if you want to get a job and you need your resume looked at, that I can do. That's about it. So this is only for entertainment purposes only. All right. So can it pushed, and you're just crawling. You're going so slow. going so slow, but moving up. So one of the things I always look at, right, and on the 1 minute chart, I'm always counting candles. Right, you can see one is on my candles. You can see numbers, and that's from the strat, right? If anybody traded the strat, then you know what those numbers mean. But if you never traded the strat, um, just one is the inside candle, two is a candle that broke from one side or another, and a number three is um, that candle has broken to the upside and to the downside of the previous candle. And so that just kind of helps me to say, okay, it's a lower low, and or it's an inside candle. So if it's an inside candle, then it's building up some steam to determine where to go next. But that's all I use that for. But a lot of times, I do candle counting. I don't know if you do that. I'm always trying to look for a pattern, right? Okay, so it goes up. You got three green, comes back two red, goes up two green, comes back one red, goes up three green, comes back one red. So you're always looking for patterns, right? What is the pattern in today's market, right? As the chart is moving. And sometimes those can help you, right? Sometimes you can go, okay, normally you get three, and that fourth candle is going to be a down candle, but then it turns right around and goes up. And so as that that candle is going down, I'm looking to buy the next move. And as long as it's green, sometimes I buy it. Things like that, right? So you're always looking for a pattern in the market, a pattern that's going to help you decide to get in on a trade, right? Just like these trend lines, right? You can do these trend lines, and you can say, hey, if it breaks it, it normally goes up, right? If it breaks it, it normally goes up. If it breaks it, it normally goes up, right? So um, something that you look at and you can say, okay, look, there's the trend line. If it breaks it, it's going up. So you see that pattern, and you start to include that in your trading, right? And you say, okay, if it breaks it, where do you get in? Do you get in on this candle, or do you look for the first pullback? You decide what's good for you, and if you're able to back test something like that, you back test, and or you just test it on a live market, right? Yeah, test it in your mind, because you can say, look, it broke and then it came back. It broke and then it came back one time. Didn't do that here. It broke, then it came back one time. It broke and then it came back one time. It didn't do that here, right? It just came. So you can utilize things like that, right? You start looking for patterns to kind of help you decide when to get in a trade. And you see this one, it's breaking out of that, right? Breaking out of all that congestion that's here, and it's going higher. Where's it going to go? To the 599.10, right? That's the high. So are we going to make a new high and then turn around? Now this really wasn't, we talked about, okay, this is the backside of this whole move up. Well, it started like that, but then it found support right here, right? And this is on the daily chart, the breakdown of the last um, Breakdown candle is the top of the breakdown candle. That's what this is. That's what line this is. So if I'm short there, now it's moving higher. So are we going to get to the? Are we going to make a equal high? Most likely, right? If it can't make an equal high, then that would be very negative for the market. But I think we're going to make an equal high. And see why we wouldn't at this point. But then that would be a good time to buy a put. You didn't think this market was going to get up to 600, right? Remember, there's the weekly high. The market's already made a 1.2% move, right? It's up that much. Let's see what it's going to do. Now the Dow's made new highs, or the YM has made new highs. Apple is trying to get going. Let's see if the S&P can make new highs as well. All right, since it can't make a new high, that's always a negative thing. especially when the Dow has made a new high. You think the S&P would be able to get up there? There we go. All right, what you gonna do? You gonna fall or you gonna make a equal high here? There we go. All right, we're on to the next hour. All right, the 1 hour flip. See how it's just crawling and just moving? It's hard to trade that. You know, comes down to, moves up a little bit, comes down, moves up a little bit. It is you can't trade that and make money. There's no way to trade that and make money, especially with time decay. If you're buying 0 DTE, your options are expiring today. This This just eats up. This is time decay. Like death by a thousand cuts. That's what it reminds me of. Give me 1 second. just say something? Like, hey, excellent channel. I just subscribed or something. Wow, that was that was a good downward candlestick. Yeah, see, it couldn't make another high. And that's never good. Well, let's see what this does. Does this make an attempt and fail also? And you know the market's going to come back down. Some would look and say, hey, that's a cup. Although you kind of want your handle a little further down, but nothing's perfect. But that's what some people will see. They'll see a cup with a little handle. So let's see if we can make a higher high. Can you get that? Just a little more. Yeah, I don't watch volume. I don't have a volume indicator anywhere. I don't watch the MACD. Uh I don't use any of that. All right. Um the only thing I use is market forecast. Right. That's the only thing that gets me in or out of a trade. A lot of people look and they'll want to say, okay, I want as it goes up, I want more volume. Volume, I've never, it's never helped me to trade or to get in or get out of a trade. I do see it when the market pops and it has a big candle and there's a lot of volume. Well, I could see the candle, so I can look at it and I can say, okay, there's a good amount of volume in here. How much? I don't know. Does it really matter to me? Does it do anything for my trading? I haven't figured that out yet. And to me, that would be one of those things that would make me pause and say, uh, yeah, don't get into that trade because there's not enough volume. Well, we know that the market moves on very thin volume. Sometimes it moves more on very thin volume. So yeah, I don't watch volume. And that's not to say that's right or wrong. That's just, again, that's just what I do, right? I don't. The only thing I watch is my market forecast. That tells me to get in or get out of a trade. I watch the SPY, or if I'm trading Qs, whatever I'm trading, I watch the 15-minute on the side. The 15-minute is going to tell me that the market is making higher highs. Which right now the 50 minutes it's inside candle, and when you have an inside candle, you get chop like this, right? Goes down, And you go, oh, the market's going down, and you buy a put, and then it turns right around. Or if you're like that, you go, oh, I'm going to get a call, and then what happens? It comes back. So to me, if it's a inside candle, which remember I talked about the um, strat trading, that's a number one. Number one is that's an inside like that. That's inside. That's inside, right? One here. That's inside. It's trading inside the previous candle, and that's what this is doing right now. It's trading inside this candle. So now, if it was trending like now, it's a two, right? So it's trending down. Now it could go up, and it could become a number three, right? So that just means that it has gone uh, from the previous candle. It has broke above it and it's broke below it. What does that mean to you? Well, that's another a puzzle piece. That means some traders want to go high, some traders want to go down, right? And they're fighting it out. So on the 15-minute, it's still a inside candle. So usually if it's a one on the 15-minute, I won't trade it because I know that's chop. I try to wait for it to be trending one way or the other. So as you develop your trading plan, those are some of the things that you start to include. All right. You start to say, well, yeah, I'm going to use a volume chart, and this is how I'm going to use that volume chart. I will only buy when a volume is above average. Things like that. You start to develop those rules, like my rule of, uh, never never say never, but my rule of, you don't want to buy within the first 15 minutes. You want to wait. You develop those rules, and that's what keeps you out of the market more than gets you in the market. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing because some of my rules have kept me out of the market today, so I haven't made a trade yet. Now at this point, I'd say your, your best guess, right? The best probability is that market's going to pull back, right? It's going to pull back before it goes higher. Let's see, we're going up to 1 o'clock, right? We had the 1 hour flip, but it's still green. You see, the cup and handle didn't work out, right? So if this was a true cup and handle, then you'd like to see that further down, but it came back, but it's got to break that, right? It didn't break, it didn't go higher. Matter of fact, it hasn't even made a higher high yet. Now, has it done that on purpose to get people to want to buy puts or to want to short the market? Could be, just so that it could surprise you and catch all those people off guard and push the market up higher. Yeah, yeah. I paid more attention to price. I paid more attention to price and watching my market flow. I mean, if price is moving up, there's some volume pushing it up, right? That I know. The size of the candle to me says the amount of volume. Just like right here, there's probably no volume in all that, right? Because it's real small candles. I don't know if traders are getting tired. Are they still coming back from lunch or what? That doesn't mean it won't go up. Doesn't mean it won't go down either. So um, I continue to watch. I'm just curious that it hasn't made a new high yet. The Dow's made a new high. The S&P hasn't made it, and the Nasdaq surely hasn't. Nasdaq is being hurt by Apple, but we're right there on resistance, right? Right there, the 599. The fact that it hasn't made a new high makes me pause. Do I think it's helpful to see volume? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if it helps you in making your decision whether you should buy in or buy or not, that's totally up to you, right? Can it help you? Sure. Again, like I said, when you set up those rules, right? You don't buy in unless you see above average volume. 'Cause that's usually when you're seeing the bigger moves, right? Somebody's come in and pushed it higher. So it can be helpful, but then again, it's something else to look at. Just like if you have a MACD on there, that's something else to look at. Just like if you have all the other squiggly lines all over here, that's just something else to look at. I just try to focus on price, right? Uh, and my market forecast. Whatever tools that you're going to use, whether it's MACD, if you like the MACD, you learn it and you come up with your own rules that say this is when I buy in, right? When the MACD does this, based on your experience, when the MACD does this, that's when you buy in. Like I couldn't tell you how to use the market forecast, right? Because I have my own thoughts on it. You watch a lot of YouTube videos on it, and they'll tell you a whole bunch of things. None of them have worked for me, but I have my own thing that after a year of utilizing it, I see that works for me. Not all the time, 'cause nothing works all the time. All right, market, are you going to make new highs? Looks like it is. Yeah. So on another screen, I watch the Nasdaq, the S&P, right? The ES and the YM, the Dow. I'm always watching those three indexes um, because I know if they're not in tangent, if they're not all moving together, then there's a possibility that there's a stock within one of those indexes that is holding the market back. Just like right now, Apple, right? Apple is holding the Nasdaq back. That's what I think, right? That's in my mind. Might not be true, but that's in my mind. If Apple was moving higher, like everything else, and I think the market would be taken off, but it's not because it ran into some problems. So on another screen, and I only have two monitors, right? On another screen, I watch those three indexes. I watch usually one of the Magnificent Seven, right? And it's usually Apple, sometimes Nvidia, and it just depends. Um, and then I watch whatever I'm trading. I watch the 15 minute. So this time I'm watching the SPY 15 minute. See how it just can't make or someone won't let it make new highs. Keeping it away from that. Now, in my mind, I say to myself, is that to fool people, to get people to buy more puts so that then it can go higher? I don't know, but it's not going lower. So I watched ES, right? So I trade SPY, so I do watch the ES, right, with the S&P. Um, Now I don't take my trade specifically based on ES, right? But I am watching it all the time because it's supposed to run in tangent with SPY, right? Uh, but it's close, but it's not always. And so sometimes you do see some divergence, but I don't use that to get into a trade. What I use to get into a trade is levels, right? It's like when I first started this morning, I said, "Hey, I wanted to see the market pull all the way back to um, Friday's highs. If it broke down to Friday's highs, I'd buy it, right? I think that's a good place. There'll be good support right there. It never did that. Although I kept waiting, it never did that. All right. And so, because I played double tops, double bottoms, that's what I play. So to me, that'd be a good place. And then here's a double top. The problem is the market's not moving down. And I think someone said it in here. They said, "Yep, they're not going to let the market move down. They're not going to let it move further down." I don't know. It might be because of you know um, the switch over from presidencies on Monday, and we all know Monday's a day off, right? It might be that. I don't know. But normally, if it can't make new highs, if it can't go higher, it's got to go lower. So right now we're just churning um, right here in this channel, right? Highs and lows, highs and lows. It hasn't broke that yet. And if you remember, where did I get this line from? That was based on my analysis from this head and shoulder, right? Inverse head and shoulder. When we had this, and I said, okay, if this is going to play out, it's going to come back, right? Then it's going to break out. And I took two, and I said it'd probably come back to here, right? If it was going to work out. So it did work out, and even better. But it has become resistance and support. Funny how that works. Now that's resistance and support, and it's support here. Market's coming back down. Now that's become support again. Ultimate goal for today is to get above the weekly highs, which is right here, right? That's the weekly highs. It'd be nice to see the market come all the way up and touch 600, right, on SPY. But if you can't make newer highs, it's not going to be able to do that. But I always believe that what can't go higher, it's got to come down lower. It's got to come down lower, kind of grab more shares and hit people's stop before it turns around and comes back up. So I'm going to get rid of this. And this is just me talking, right? I don't take what I say as golden. I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I don't know anything. That just me babbling. Yeah. So those, I think you're asking what else after NDX you mentioned. So I just watched the three indexes, right? NQ, ES, and YM, and that's the Nasdaq, the S&P, and the Dow. Those are the three that I always watch. And I watch one of the Magnificent Seven, and I watch the 15-minute, whatever I'm trading. And that's really all I watch. That with my market forecast and then my chart. That's enough for me to make a decision. I don't think I need anything else to tell me that it's time to get in the market, or that it's time to get out of the market, or it's time to buy puts and short the market. I think that's enough information for me. Now, some other people they might need another indicator. Some people use the what is it, the 9-minute moving average, I think it is, to determine when to get in, get out. There's nothing wrong with that. If that helps you and you used it and you understand, I've tried that 9 and 21 and all these crossovers. It has never helped me. Every time I try it, it don't work. I lose money. So I gave up on all that. I just said, you know what? I'll just watch the candles and I'll watch levels. Now there is one guy that I watch almost every morning. Um, I forget what his channel is. I think option trader, Vincent D something. I got it saved on my computer, so I don't always remember. I just click and I go to it. But he breaks down and he talks about levels. So I take what he says under consideration because levels are important. But you can see levels too, right? So the VWAP is the level, right? We know that it was trending on VWAP all this morning, and it's broke it. So it broke that level. It's come up. We know that the breakdown candle, that's the high of the breakdown candle, right? That's a level. That's touched. That's touched there. If you use that and you bought a call here, yeah, you'd be golden. You'd be making money. So we know this high, that's a level, right? We know the weekly high, that's another level, right? So there's a whole bunch of levels that are out there, right? It just depends on which ones you look at that can help you trade. You don't want it to hurt you, to hurt your trading. You want it to help your trading. So you only use the $2 to $3. Oh yeah, $2 to $3 movements. Yeah, yeah. So as long as and I always say, create your trading plan, right? Create a trading plan based on what works for you. I kind of showed you uh, what should work, right? And you can see where just a simple trend line as the market is bear flagging, right? Coming back and it breaks, coming back and it breaks, coming back and it breaks, right? Coming back and then it breaks it. Like you can use that as a simple method. You say, okay, every time if the market comes back, I'm going to draw a trend line, and when it breaks, that's when I'm going to buy. Do that and see if that works 100 times. And if it works for you, then that becomes your system. That's your, and it's that simple, right? It doesn't have to be complicated. It's that simple. And when you do it like this one, when you do it here and it broke, and you go, oh, it's not working. Well, that's why you have a stop. You have a stop that gets you out because it didn't work this time. And you wait for the next one, wait for the next setup, and then you try it again. Because I don't think there's a system that works 100% of the time. That I don't think. Could be wrong. I don't think so. That's why I always say, I look for the best probability. What's going to give me the best probability that the market's going to move in the direction that I think it's going to move? And I want to make sure I have a good risk to reward. Anytime I make a trade, I have a stop and I have a sell, and it goes in right away. I don't have to think about it. Because if I have to think about it, That's when I have problems. I don't think too fast. I think slowly, and if it takes me time to think, then uh, the market will go against me, and I'll be like, "Oh no, I just lost, $500, if not more." So you always want to have those things go right in when you make a trade, so you don't even have to think about it. So you know it's going to you're either going to make money or you're going to lose some money. So when your spouse calls you when you're in a trade, it's okay. You can get up and go see what they need because everything is there, right? Your sell order and your stop order is already in place. All right, market. What do you see? It's finding support again right there, right there where we talked about for the inverted head and shoulders, right? That mark, this one, the 598.63, right? It's funny how that works, right? So sometimes it works dead on, sometimes it doesn't work. But this time, yeah, that level is turning out to be something, right? But it is holding. There's one, there's two, there's remember what I said about three holds, right? One, two, three. Oh no, I gotta buy it. At least one contract. But I also have rules that say don't buy at the top because there if I bought it up here, there's not much room to go. Yeah, I can say, we're gonna get up to 600, but I don't know that right now. Right now, that's the top. That's the high, and it couldn't make it here, and it couldn't make it there, and it couldn't make it here. That's 3 times it couldn't make, right? And so that which can't go up, gotta pull back. So now it did break this, right? It broke it, but somebody bid it right up, and that's always a positive thing. But you can see it just didn't move. You would have thought that the market would start moving up, but it came back again and tested it again. The fact that I mean, you could just look and you can see the way it's moving. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't want to buy a call here because it's struggling. It's struggling. It might move all the way up and test that high, but it's just struggling to do it. Yeah. So my time frame, yeah, I stay with the 1 minute. I trade off the 1 minute. I watch the 15 minute on the side of whatever I'm trading, and I watch the 15 minute for higher highs and or lower lows. That kind of helps me to get in or to confirm a trade. That's a good candle right there, and I would think that there a good amount of volume behind that. Oh, there's the higher high. All right, there was a good amount of volume behind that candle. How much volume? I don't know. Does it really matter? No, not particularly. Not to me, because do we get follow through? Let's see. Let's see if we get follow through, or does the market finally turn and come down? Yep. So see, yeah, you might have said, "Oh, that's good volume. Time to get in," but because it's at the high, But somebody did that for the sole purpose of making a new high. That's all. And market makers. And trust them. And trust them. Whoops. Sorry about that. So some people would say, yeah, the smart move would be to short the market up here to buy a put, and they might be right. My only problem is the market's not pulling back, right? It's had every opportunity to pull back. When I saw this and it didn't make a higher high and it didn't make a higher high and it didn't make a higher high, to me that says, okay, yeah, it's time to pull back. It's a weak market. It's going to have to go back to gain some more steam. But look, it just went back to here. Again, it's Friday and Monday is a day off, and there's a new president coming in. So, there might be a desire to keep the market up. Maybe this is Joe Biden's goodbye market, or it's Donald Trump's hello market. I don't know which one it is, but that's what it's doing. Or I read where the hostages they're releasing some more hostages. Yeah, I haven't seen the latest news this morning, but it sounds like they were running into some problems. So I don't know if that's still a positive thing. I just want to say, hey, get our American hostages out of there, bring them home, and that war, and the Ukraine Russia war, right? Get rid of all these wars. Yeah, I'm a military guy too, right? And I'm saying, you you don't want to be in a war, man. If you've never been to a war, you don't want to be there. You don't want to live through that. War is no good there, and there's no reason for it. No reason at all. The only thing you get out of it is a whole bunch of people dying or coming home disfigured. That's not the answer. I don't see why they can't just make peace, live together. It don't matter what religion you are. We all believe in the same God. You can give it a name and call it whatever you want to call it. I'm good with that. I'm just remarkable at how some cultures uh, how religiously they believe. It is amazing. Whether you go to the Philippines and you see the Philippines, they'll beat themselves up, crawl on the ground, slap themselves with whips just to beg for forgiveness. You know, it's amazing. It is amazing. All religions are good, then. As long as you believe that there's a God somewhere, that's good. Yeah, all wars are banker wars, and you know it's all good for the military complex, right? All those people that built the planes and built the missiles and the ammo and the uniforms and all that stuff that go into it. They're the ones that get rich. They're the ones that get rich off of all that. There we go. We're making another high, a newer high. There we go. Now it's finally breaking. Just for funds here, let me throw this on here. It's the Fibonacci's, look where the, 1618 is, right? Almost at that 600 mark. So this is the Fibonacci levels. These are other levels. And I do use fibs sometimes because sometimes they're like accurate. They're like right on. When you're trying to measure the movement, so it just might get up there. See, this is kinda where I would most use it, right? So on the 1 minute, it came up to there. Now you see how it pulled back to the 50. I always look to buy within the 50 percentile, 50 to the 618, which is right in here, right? Right between those purple lines, the 618, all right? That's where I would buy because it always moves back that much. I say always, I gotta stop saying that because that's not true. We know that's not true. Let's watch this one, all right? Let's see if this one plays out. So it broke it, and now that was resistance, right? Resistance on the way up. Now does it act as support? Yeah, it's support. What I always like to see, and you see how you see the wick, all right? So it broke it like, I don't know, 1, 2 cents. But I always like to see it break a little more than that, and then it buy it up. So it faked people out. It hit everybody that has stops right here, right? And then, it continues to go higher. But let's see what it does. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, hey, Stockologists, thank you for your service. Yeah, so there's a lot of tools to use to determine, when to get in. I do like using fibs. One time on a time, long time ago, yeah, I learned the fibs from the Fibonacci Queen, I think, she was called on, I think it was Thinker no, what was it called? Simpler, Options, something like that. We have John somebody. I looked it up last night, and I now I can't remember his name again. John Carter. John Carter. Yeah, he goes way back to the day. He's the one that developed the squeeze and a whole bunch of other ones that is still being utilized today. And he's got a whole crew on it, man. He got a whole bunch of people working for him. Remember yeah, he's been yeah, I think he made $1 million one time, right? Doing his just stocks, right? Not the money that he collected from everybody that subscribed to his site, but $1 million just trading. And went and I think he lived in Texas because he went and bought a farm out there in Austin, Texas. I say a farm, right? But it was just a piece of ground, flat piece of ground, a couple of trees, and had an I don't know if it was even a house, or you would call it a house. Uh, but he developed that. But I remember him talking about it. This is my cow, cow. This is my cow. All right, so the S&P has made new highs, right? The ES, the Dow is pulling back though. The Dow is pulling back. The Nasdaq is trending up, but that Apple is just keeping it down. So, yeah, like right here, I would continue to watch it. All right. So, um, does it catch support? Does it continue to hit that support there? The 599.10, 11, whatever number that is. Does it continue to bounce off there for a little bit and then go even higher? Usually what it does. Usually what it does, right? Because it traded in this channel, and it breaks and it creates another channel. All right. Picked up steam here, right? While it's doing this, it's picking up steam, catching his breath, is drinking Gatorade, and they push up and they break and they create another channel. And or if the Gatorade runs out, then they start to pull down. Although, man, it doesn't. I would have thought that we would have gotten a big pullback by now. That's one of the things I was waiting on. Right? Sometimes on Friday you get this violent pullback, like almost like yesterday, right? At the end of the day, you get that violent pullback, and then they buy it back up. Yeah, psychologist, you're welcome. You are welcome. I enjoy that retirement check. I don't know if you retired from the military, but I definitely enjoyed that retirement check. I enjoy the medical benefits that come along with it. So it was good that I stayed in for 23 years. Although I tell the story and I got a video about it on my channel, is that I think I had like 6 years in, and I was contemplating get out, and I talked to my dad, right, who's on Guam, that's where I'm from, and he said, "Well, if you get out, don't come home. There ain't no jobs here, and matter of fact, you don't have your bedroom no more. We gave that to somebody else." So I said, "Okay." I went in and I re-enlisted for 6 years. I figured, well, I guess I'm going to stay in the military. And so while you're in, it's terrible. But once you're done, you go, and you look back, you go, yeah, it wasn't that hard. I had a place to live. I had 3 meals a day. Right? Life was good. It wasn't hard. Although because I was an infantry guy, you went to the field all the time. The first 10 years, I was single, and then I got married. So the second half of being in the army was a little rougher, right? Because you got a family then. So that market is breaking out again. Remember, we said that if it breaks, it comes back and it tests, right? And some people will say that's the test, right? Break and retest. And now it can go higher because now this becomes support. Although you see how little it's moving. That's the problem. If I bought it here, because I said, okay, this is the retest, let me buy it here. So it moved up, I made $10. It moved down, I lost $20. I lost some more money here. I lost some more money here. I lost even more money here. Okay, so I made some back, and now you see what I mean? If it's not trending with options, especially later in the day, it's like one going on 130. Um, not good to get in unless you're going to get in here and you're going to get out here. This is what I look for, right? This is what I like to see, that kind of trend. So if you had the cash, right? If you had a lot of money, and you can go in here and just buy SPY, you know, um, that's even better 'cause to own the stock. Then you have less worry about options, option expiration, right? Time decay. Uh, you don't have to worry about any of that. You just buy the stock, and as long as it moves up, you make money. That's why I say you every month you put money into your investment account, whether it's with SPY or the Dow or the Nasdaq, or I think there's even one there that combines all three that has a total market. Buy into that. People do that. When they say diversify, to me that's what the S&P is. Or if you're a tech guru, you can go in and you can buy the Magnificent Seven, right? The top seven stocks there, the Nasdaq that they believe is going to, you know, uh, do the best. You just buy all those and make that your mutual fund. And every month when you go in to buy, you just allocate whatever dollar amount you have, a little to each of those funds. That's just one way to do it. Oh, you only did 10 years to Iraq? Yeah. 105, '03 to '05, and then Afghanistan, yeah, 8 to 9. Well, thank you for doing that. Yeah, I've been to both Iraq and Afghanistan. Not pretty places. I think in Iraq, I was in Baghdad first, then we moved up north. We went to, let me see, I always get the name of the bases confused with Afghanistan, but I think in Iraq it was Baghdad, and then what was that other place? TQ. We did go out to Fallujah, spend a little time there. Um, Trying to think of the other one. I know in Afghanistan, I ended up at Shindad, which is now where a lot of the action is, because that's where we had them drones, right? The Predator and all them. That's a big thing there. But I do remember running to the bunkers all the time. Incoming, 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 and you run to the bunker. Late at night when it does that, man, half the time I didn't run. I just stayed put. I'm not getting out of bed. That rocket hits me, it hits me. I can't say those were the good old days because those weren't the good old days. But sometimes you just gotta laugh about it. But yeah, my son, after he graduated from high school, he joined the military. He said, "Dad, I'm gonna be just like you." And he went into the infantry, and he was with the 101st, and they deployed to Afghanistan, and man, their guys started dying off, and they had a suicide bomber that came into their checkpoint one time, and he had some problems, and when he got back, and it was time for him to re-enlist, the unit was going right back. He said, "Yeah, I'm not going to go back to Afghanistan. I'll just get out." So he got out and took his GI Bill and went to school. Yeah, at a conda. Yep. I'll tell you what, that in Iraq, Afghanistan wasn't bad, but in Iraq, they had the best dining facilities. Man, when you can get steak and lobster out in the field, that's a good thing. Never complained about the food there. Good old KBR. All right, so the market's coming back. But it is going on, getting ready to do the, hour flip again. So this hour, we broke the new highs. See what this next hour does for us. It probably come down here if it comes down, it come down here to the support, right? That to me, that's a support line right here, right? That this is a level. If it breaks that level, then it's gonna go lower, all right? But it's not even doing that. You see how remember when I talk about counting? 2 reds, green, 2 reds, green. So do we get 2 more reds after this? Let's see. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Yep, it just normalized, right? It become normalized. That is, and one of the bombs do hit real close by you, and you're just like, "Damn." You don't wanna do that again. Then you're really running for the bunkers next time. Alright, so, yep, I drew this trend line again like I did here, right? Because you can see what it's doing. You're just looking back because I always look back, right? Because that's how you learn, right? You look back at the chart. When I see this, like, this is a big cool down, right? That's a that's a heavy, red candle, and then looks like this started to to get, follow through, but then somebody came in and bought it up. That's usually an indicator for me that, it's a positive thing. Then you seen where you had some follow through. Yeah, it came back, but that's what today's market is, right? It comes back right away. But that combination to me is a real positive thing. And you kind of see it here just a little, right? It didn't come down far enough for me, but you see it here where it did it here. It did it here just a little bit. Look, it's doing it now. Although it's red, right? Uh, that means it whoever was buying it up didn't buy it up far enough. But you can see that's a good indicator, and you're getting some follow through. So does it break? Right? Does it break this little trend, this downward trend? A lot of times these are fake outs. Somebody will see it and they'll buy it here, right? They'll buy it lower. Thinking that's what it's going to do. It's going to turn green and go higher, and then it doesn't turn green. I've done that before. And you're like, oh my God, I bought it too soon, right? Then you, after this candle, you get this red candle that retraces. But more than enough time, as you can see, it works out. So that's what you should be looking at, right? Look at the patterns. look at the patterns and develop an eye for it, right? Say, okay, yeah, I see that. This is a red one, but this was a good one, right? Good follow through. That's when you know it's reversing. Plus the fact that it's three, 1, 2, 3, right? Uh, so let us see here. I want to see if that's going to break and go higher, or is it going to go down lower and come back down to this support and extend that to the right? Yeah. So see what I mean? If you would have bought it and then you see the follow through, you go, oh, but it wasn't red. Okay, but it might still work out. I got some good follow through. But where do I buy it, right? And now it's not working out. Now you're saying, another losing trade. Now I got stopped out because my stop was probably below that candle. Now that's a lower low. All right, so that's find support here. Now a lot of times you'll see where this is a fake out, and then it comes because it hits everybody's stops, right? Everyone's stops is getting hit right here. 'Cause if I bought this, my stop would be right here, right? That's where I would put my stop. So it comes down and it hits everybody's stop, then it goes up. It's how it works sometimes, not all the time. This one will probably keep going down because we're already later in the day, and the market needs to pull back, right? It needs to pull back to start to window down those options, turn them into zeros. By that I mean, you look at the options. Let's see. Okay, there's already some, right? They're starting to turn zero, right? Zeros here. That's the value net change. It's at zero. This one's at 3, right? That's the 601. So all of those will start to turn zero, and it'll keep going this direction, right? So um, that's its goal. Its goal is to keep pushing down, keep getting zeros. Once it's at zero and you lost everything, it usually doesn't come back, right? You just get everybody selling. You could see the bids. There you go. Yep. Those are these are probably a lot of the people that sold these calls to somebody else. And somebody else took a gamble, right, and said, "Okay, yeah, we'll get up to 602 today," right, and then bought it for I don't know, might have been $50, and now that 50 has turned into 2 cents. Who knows? Uh, but that's how that works. So the longer you go within the day, those um, those options uh, continue to go down. Hey, did you want to go? Are you sure? I mean, I could stop now. Okay. Oh, cook me some then too. I'll use it on those buns. All right. Does it hit this trend line one more time and then come down to here? Don't know. Oh, that's a good candle. That kinda just take you right back up. Now the whole thing is, do you get follow through, right? Do you get follow through, or does it come right back down, right? It's at another level, right? Yeah, oh, what fun it is trading the market, right? Sitting here, staring at these charts all day. But nothing says you have to watch them all day, right? You can end your day at any time you want, come back to it at any time. Usually when you come back to it, the market hasn't done anything, right? It's just it's just trending in this channel. You go, "Oh, when I left, that's where it was, and I came back half hour later, and it's still there." So what I had done in the past, where I think I tried it a couple of times. At the beginning of the day, um, like at the beginning of the day, I'd say, "Okay, I'm just gonna buy a call here and let it run, and let's see if I made money." And the problem that I had is, um, after I bought it, because it chopped so much, um, I really didn't make no money because it'll go up, but then it'll come down. But when it comes down faster than went up. And although the market ended up, I didn't end up with a lot of money. I would have made more money just doing what I do now. All right. Look for that little move, take my 100, my $50, 100, $500, whatever I'm willing to bet. It's better for me to do that than to buy a call or a put and just hold it for the whole day. Try it sometimes. I mean, you don't have to actually buy the call or put. Write it down, right? The first thing in the morning when you go, okay, I'm going to buy a call or put before that 15 minutes is up. Say, okay, I'm going to buy a call right here, and wait for the end of the day and look to see what that call is worth. That will tell you something. See how much that moved back up. Okay. See how this worked when I used Fibonacci's? So we traced to the 618 mark and then it turned around. Now I have bought puts and or calls right here at times, and it has worked out really well for me. That I have done, which is why I like to take a look at it. Yeah, there we go. And does it find support here? Would I buy a call if this was support? No. Why? Because we're at the top of the channel already. That's not enough real estate for me to make money. Now, some people will, and that's fine. That's just not how I do things. I would be more in favor of buying a put up here as it made a new high. I could buy a put and try to let that play out versus looking for support and then buying a call. Because if it doesn't work out, we know where it's coming. And like I said, later in the day, I always look for a violent pullback in the market. Sometimes you get that violent pullback, or if the market's down, you get that violent uh, uptick, right? The market moves up a lot. Yeah, the Dow is really pulling back. All right, so we're right on support here. Okay, I always look for it to pull through like it's doing, and then somebody come in and buy it up, right? Somebody's somebody's trying. They're trying. I'm looking just something like this, right? Coming in and pull it up and turn it green. Although now we're in the second half of the minute, second half of the candle, second 30 seconds. That's usually when that happens. All right, you got 10 seconds left, candle, to do that. Otherwise, it might be like this one. All right, let's see what it does. I mean, still on support, so it's still a positive thing. But the market is just moving so slow. Can't decide whether it wants to continue with that, get continuation, or continue to go down. Oh, there we go. That's a good candle. So do we get follow through? Let's see. There's one, two, three, four, five. Yeah. Normally, I say you hardly will see 7 candles in the same color, right, back to back. So sometimes when I see that, I know that 8 candle is gonna be a different candle. It's gonna go in that opposite direction. There's those, those are some of the things that you do, right? You look at all these patterns. Yep. See, they sold it right back down. That's the second half of that 1 minute candle. You see how it did it at the end, right at the very end, just so that it would fake out most traders, because most traders thought it was going to continue up. Most traders were like, "Yeah, let's buy this," and then I think what 3 seconds left, and somebody sells. That's why it right now it's just so hard. It's just so much chop. All right, can we pull back up? We hit support. It held, right? It hit support. It held. It did one of these goofy things. All right. There was some volume that came in. It tried. Somebody bid it down. Somebody don't want it to go up. So now do we come in back here to retest that support before we go up? I don't know. But right now I'd say it still looks okay if to go long unless it breaks that. If it breaks it just like it did and it holds underneath it, all right, let's see what this next candle does. Do you get follow through? Yeah, there's follow through. Yeah. So is that green candle fake out? Make people think it's gonna go up? I don't know, but if it breaks this here, it's gonna go lower. Break and hold. 15 seconds left. It didn't hold underneath that, but that was the fake out, right? Made people think it was gonna go higher. Is that a head and shoulder? It could be. If you said So here, and then here, and then here. Yeah, with the base here. Yeah, and it's breaking it. Now it's a head and shoulder if it plays out. So this is what I always do, right? I always It's what I did on the last one. So I always do this, then I would duplicate it, right? And then I'll just put it on there and I'd say, you know what? It's probably where the if that works out, it's the head and shoulder, then that's where it's going. So it's a head and shoulder until it's not a head and shoulder. Yeah. Yeah, and it's pulling back. And so as it pulls back from here, you're like, okay, where could it go? All right, it could go to here. This is another support. This is probably a heavier support. VWAP is probably the heaviest support. So if you were short the market, if you bought again puts way up here, you'd be golden, right? But when the market's at the high, it's kind of hard, right? Especially when something in the back of the mind keeps saying, "Hey, the market's going to 600." That's what you heard on the channel, right? You heard on the channel they said it's going to 600. So a lot of times what you see is when it breaks the level, what does it do, right? It breaks, retests, and then it continues on. So that's what most people look for. So we're going on the 2 o'clock hour Eastern Standard Time, 1 o'clock here in the Central Time. But that's kind of what I'd be looking for the rest of the day, right? Is does this break or does it break, retest, come down to support, or even support here, and do we come back up? All right, so you see it breaking now. Well, looks looks like it's trying to break out. Like it's trying to get back up there. So that's what I'm looking for the rest of the day. But I am going to call it quits for today. Obviously, we're going on 2 o'clock. I really don't like to trade options later in the day because it never works out for me. All right, I usually don't make money at this point. But if you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up, the like button, and if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Obviously, I won't be here Monday because it's a holiday. I'll be enjoying my holiday, and but I'll probably be back on Tuesday. Might have some snow here on Tuesday. We shall see. I just want to wish everybody, if you have a 3-day holiday, uh, enjoy your holiday. Go do something. Go do something fun, right? And if you're all about stocks, right? Learn. There's a lot of information online that you can learn from. So much. But until then, feel free to go to my channel and look at everything else that's on there. Right. And I'll see you on Tuesday. Later.